you set a vision, make sure that all members of the organization are involved, so that it's a vision of it becomes the vision of the organization. It's not only the vision of the leader, but it's the vision of the entire organization, because everybody is allowed to craft or to participate in crafting that particular vision, no? Okay, as our work, so on screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see there the different foundations of inclusive leadership approach. The first foundation, which is foundation one, is the acknowledgement and value of everybody's inherent worth. Okay, so the first and actually most important element is acknowledging and valuing everybody's inherent worth. So this means a shift in focus from seeing people's deficits, okay, which is very important, to looking at their resources and qualities. No? So in fact, Brown 2014, a researcher on vulnerability and authenticity, explains that feeling a sense of worthiness enhances an individual's sense of belonging. On the other hand, the fear of not being good enough keeps people from making connections, thus leaving them divided and excluded. So the more people, ladies and gentlemen, the more people feel they belong, the more they are willing to contribute. Inclusive leaders make people feel valued for their unique identities, perspectives, and talents. Because inclusive leadership is about fully accepting others as they are and for what they are in their authentic essence, by looking at them on an eye-to-eye level. No? So that is why we really need uh, that first foundation, which is the acknowledgement and value of everybody's inherent worth. So wala man sa atong organization, walay member nga useless, no? So naa na siya worth, and then we have to value that worth, no? Okay. So the second foundation is an approach based on human rights. Now, the main foundation for the way in which inclusive leaders takes into account is the inherent worth of all individuals, irrespective of diversity. Okay? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that we are all equally entitled to human rights without discrimination. And that is also true in an organization. No, we do not discriminate people in the organization. So in its drive to see each individual as a whole, inclusive leadership strives towards the common good of humankind, and it thus naturally follows that there is consideration of everyone's dignity and worth. The human rights-based approach of inclusive leadership fosters attitudes and actions which ensures that the human rights criteria and principles are taken into account throughout the process. Okay. So the third foundation is awareness of interconnection. So one of the main leadership challenges in today's environment is about being able to see the full picture, or to consider the effects produced by a leader's action, whether on others or in a context. So, an awareness of the interconnectedness is what supports an inclusive leadership practice. So this awareness of interdependency is the path to a systemic and holistic view. So in fact, actually Peter Woffley argues that leaders are called to address challenges that are increasingly interdependent. Now, as our work, ladies and gentlemen, and lives become more interconnected, and the outcomes of individual actions are increasingly unpredictable, simply thinking and acting upon what we already know is no longer enough. In order to meet the challenges of this century and build a world that is more resilient, intentional, inclusive, and aware, we need to shift. Okay, this is actually a very good term. We need to shift from an ego-systemic view. So what's an ego-systemic view? So it's a view that focuses entirely on the well-being of themselves and those around them. So parang self-centered na po tayo, no? So we need to shift from that, from ego-systemic view to another term which is called ecosystemic awareness. So kanina I mentioned about ego-systemic view. Now it's about ecosystemic awareness. So ecosystemic view focuses about on self, but ecosystemic awareness emphasizes the well-being of everyone, including themselves. Okay, so we do not look at ourselves only, but we also look at others. No, okay, so that's ecosystemic awareness. So inclusive leadership shifts from seeing only one individual's viewpoint to experiencing the system from the perspective of others. No? It's good. This is actually happening when we do planning. I hope that, for example, in the school, when you craft your school improvement plan, I hope that it's not only one teacher plus the school head who are actually doing or crafting your school improvement plan. Let's improve everybody. Let's include everybody so that there is also the term that I used earlier is shared vision, shared accountability. No, that's the reason why we need to involve everybody so that there's shared accountability. Kung ikaw ay maghimo sa imo ang school improvement plan, maingon ng maestra nga nganong gusto ipa-implement kay ikaw ra may gusto mo implement ana nga project, wala man minimo gi-consult, no? So ikaw ra man ang nagbuhat-buhat ana, so imuha ra nang kaugalingon, you do not include us in the planning na or in crafting of that school improvement plan, no? So ang plano di ay from the viewpoint lang ng principal, wala sa mga maestra gi-appeal. Okay, which is sort of ego-systemic view, no? So this time we have to shift from another view, which is the ecosystemic awareness, no? So the goal of ecosystemic awareness, ladies and gentlemen, must be to co-sense, co-inspire, and co-create an emerging future for their system that values the well-being of all rather than just a few. Okay. So the fourth foundation is the role of power in inclusive leadership. Ito, the role of power. Okay. So actually there are three different types of power, no, according to Lisa Van Klassen. These are, I hope that you're taking down notes. These are power within, power over, and power with. Okay. So yun po ang tatlong types ng power, no? Again, power within, power over, and power with. What's the difference between and among the three? So I will talk about first power within. Okay. Power within, ladies and gentlemen, is the capacity to imagine and have hope. It affirms that common human search for dignity and fulfillment. It includes an ability to recognize individual differences while respecting others. So the question is, do we have power within? No? Can we recognize individual differences while respecting others? Okay? Next power is power over. No, ito yung power ng nasa hierarchy ng organization. No? Power ng nasa hierarchy ng organization. That's power over. Power over means that one person or party exercises control over another through the use of formal authority, position, and the allocation of rewards and punishments. Here, power is seen as a win-loss kind of relationship. No? Having power involves taking it from someone else and then using it to dominate and present others from gaining power themselves. And then the last power is power with. Okay. So power with has to do with finding common ground among different interests and building collective strength. Okay? So ito yung dapat nating i-strengthen, no? Si power with. No, again, power with has to do with finding common ground among different interests and building collective strength. So based on mutual support, solidarity and collaboration, power will multiply individual talents and knowledge. So the three terms that I mentioned earlier are very powerful. No, if you have this power with, so you have mutual support to your subordinates. So there is the presence of solidarity and collaboration among members of the group. Now, most likely, this will lead to successful implementation of any programs that you have in your schools. No, if you have power with. Now, power with can help build bridges across different interests to transform or reduce social conflict and promote equitable relations. So, inclusive leadership is based on the assumption that each individual has the power to make a difference. Yeah, that's right. No? Each individual has the power to make a difference, and that powerlessness is the most dangerous state that we can ever experience. No? It leads to violence, isolation, shame, and self-harm. So please listen carefully to the next point that I'm going to raise. No? This empowering people who have great ideas, experiences, and energy to contribute might lead to missed opportunities that could have a significant impact on the positive and long-term results of any changes. So power can be considered as the engine of leadership. Now, it potentially be present in everyone involved, whether leader or follower. Now, from the perspective of inclusive leadership, I mean, ignites a circular function of co-leading where individuals are able to simultaneously lead each other through very small actions. Okay. So I hope that we could strengthen, we could nurture this power within ourselves, most especially us leaders, no, most especially the school heads who are leaders in your respective schools. The last foundation of inclusive leadership approach is courage to share and take over responsibility. Okay. Uh, See Spider-Man, great power comes with great responsibility. No, that's the statement of Spider-Man. I think everybody is very much aware of that, no? Because we like the movie Spider-Man. No, great power comes great responsibility, no? Okay, so despite the formal responsibility that the different roles require in an organization or society, the goal for both leaders and followers is to be fully engaged, accountable, and responsible for the actions that they organize and carry out. So in this regard, leaders and followers are at the same level because they are both responsible for constructing a unified purpose that prompts unified outcomes or actions. No? So inclusive leadership, ladies and gentlemen, means that everyone takes responsibility for the inclusion, culture, and success of their organization or society as a whole. So the main point of all these foundations is involving others. No? So everyone should take responsibility for all our actions. So there should be the keyword here is responsibility. No, we should all be responsible, no, in doing things which are assigned to us, na, so that the goal of the organization will actually be attained. Okay, next is I will talk about the inclusive leadership approach. In connection with the inclusive leadership, there are four development areas for learning or improving inclusive leadership. Now, in their daily routine, inclusive leaders should practice self-awareness, live a shared vision, build relationships, and create change. So let me discuss the four inclusive leadership approach one by one. Okay, I will start with development area number one, which is practicing self-awareness. Okay, so in practicing self-awareness, the leader themselves are in the spotlight. Why? Because practicing self-awareness is a process of personal development that aims towards becoming or improving as an inclusive leader. So it's about having an open mind and learning or unlearning in order to act in an authentic way. No? This includes knowing individual strengths, values, and convictions, as well as the limitations, fears, stereotypes, and prejudices. Okay. So alam na po ba natin ang ating mga strengths and weaknesses, no? This is very important, no? If we know that these are my weaknesses, we can probably make adjustments when it comes to our actions. Actions in terms of dealing with others, for example, no? Okay. It also means being aware that these are not static and or constantly developing and changing due to internal and external changes. So practicing self-awareness includes an acceptance of one's true self and corresponding action. No? So we need we need as a leader, we need to accept our true self. No, if we cannot accept our true self, then most probably the organization would become dysfunctional. Now, it is about respecting your own real nature, since this is the first step towards accepting others for who they truly are. The second development area is living a shared vision. Now, this area is about creating and living a common vision. So inclusive leaders question the current reality and thereby enable a vision to emerge. Ideally, this is done through a process of co-creation where everybody can contribute their own knowledge and experiences. Inclusive leaders are ready to take risk and have the courage to think big in order to create a vision that can benefit all connected individuals, groups, and the system as a whole. Okay. So the third approach is building relationships. One of the skills that every leader need is to be able to build bridges within and between different teams and groups. Ito yung very important, one of the most important skills that a leader should possess. Build the relationship instead of creating factions in the school. 'Di ba? May naririnig tayo that there are schools na nagfa-faction na ang mga teachers, na and that is a bad thing, no? Because the work will be affected, no? More often than not, we could not reach our organizational target if the members of the organization are actually not united. So we must have to have this type of skill, no? Building relationship, no? So building relationships is particularly relevant within two main groups: the people you closely work with and the wider internal and external network of people who are also linked to your success. So inclusive leaders focus on creating and promoting authentic relations among their team members. So they strive to empower each individual and support self-reliance by sharing responsibilities and developing the competencies of each individual. So it's empowerment actually. Nice empower. And as a leader, as a school head, hindi dapat lahat ng ideas will come from you. No? You need to empower your members. No? Let them think, let them realize, no? Let them innovate, so that they would feel that they have value to the organization, and in that way they would feel that they belong, so the sense of belongingness will be strengthened, so thereby increasing productivity of their work. So what is empowerment, no? In the context of building relationships, empowerment includes valuing everybody's worth. So this means looking at the qualities each individual has rather than focusing on their deficits. Okay. Inclusive leaders have the ability to create a sense of belonging for the individuals involved. It requires an explicit openness to diversity regardless of cultural, geographical, or law-established borders. No, it requires the capacity to deal with emotions by taking them into account and to provide spaces for emotions to be peacefully expressed and shared. Okay, the last inclusive leadership approach is creating change. So in this area, ladies and gentlemen, it's about making change happen and managing projects in order to achieve your vision. So inclusive leaders will create the conditions for change by co-building a strategy for implementation. No, co-building a strategy. So when we talk about co-building a strategy, meaning everybody should be involved. No, so the involvement of everybody keeps on appearing. No, from first from the first minute that I give the talk, so the involvement of everybody always comes out, because this is a very important concept that every leader should bear in mind, so that they could reach the target or the goal. Now, co-building a strategy for implementation and by finding the necessary resources. So inclusive leadership involves much more than direction of of activity, but requires informing and supporting followers and their necessary activities, as well as representing and standing up fairly for their interest. Inclusive leaders will set goals together with the team members just like the others. Okay. Leading change, ladies and gentlemen, requires courage, of course, most of all the courage to go to the edge and leap into the unknown. This means that they allow for moments of uncertainty and that they are prepared to be surprised and to change their strategy in accordance with their current situation. The courage to go to the edge and leap into the unknown. So yung tinatawag na I could remember the term, you need to think always outside the box, no? So always think outside the box, no? Do not let yourself be confined within the box, but think always outside the box, no? So if you do that, you also need to take risk. um, Being a risk taker is also a positive aspect. It can also be a negative aspect. In any way, it depends on how you deal with it, no? But if you want change, you should also be a risk taker. So for inclusive leadership, that means that the heart of the matter is that the workers and employers are seen as reasonable people that can be trusted to do the right thing. It all now boils uh, on trust to our people. No? So pag wala po tayong trust ng ating people, and then we cannot achieve our goal, of course, no? So kailangan you must utilize everybody. Again, when every member of the organization has a unique set of skills, Let's maximize the use of those unique sets of skills uh, in order to do their functions. Remember systems thinking. I've been repeating this always, that everybody needs to work together. So if one fails to do his or her job, then the entire organization will be affected. It's just like in our division. It's just like in our division. Even if majority of the schools perform well, but if there are few schools who would who will not perform uh, well, then the entire performance of the division will be affected. Now it will be dragged down by those non-performing schools. So our role, if you are the performing school, then your responsibility also is to help those non-performing schools improve their performance, so that the performance of the entire organization, the performance of the division of Lanao del Norte will also improve. Okay? Now, inclusive leaders benefit from being self-aware and knowing and understanding their own strengths and weaknesses. So may malaking impact ang inclusive leadership at the personal level and at the relational and organizational level, no? So for the personal level, ito po yung impact niya, na being in good psychological health, since you can sincerely accept who you are, thereby aligning your heart, mind, and body. Then having positive outlook in life, as imperfections and failures are seen as the inevitable imperfections in life that become essential elements from which you can learn how to do things differently in the future. Okay? For the impact of inclusive leadership in the relational and organizational level, okay, ito yung mention ko kanina, higher levels of commitment and satisfaction. Of course, we know that if our people are committed, our people are satisfied with us, with the services that we give, then most likely they will perform well, then thereby improving the performance of the entire organization. Then being better to resolve interpersonal conflicts and being more satisfied as a result of having effectively worked through conflicts. This is the skill that we must have, because it's actually unavoidable that interpersonal conflicts will come out in the workplace. Now, as a leader, we must know how to resolve uh, those interpersonal conflicts, no, within the organization, so that each member of the organization could work harmoniously with the others. So I believe that all of us will all of you will agree with me that if there is harmonious relationship, then uh, most likely we could be one. We could journey in one direction, which is reaching our target. So next is improve professional and team engagement and performance. Okay, it's related to commitment and satisfaction. And then we have greater creativity and innovation, which naturally lead to better results. Of course, no? Greater creativity and innovation. And of course, the last is competitiveness and resilience within systems and organizations. I know that Filipinos are very resilient. We are resilient despite the fact that we are challenged with this COVID-19 pandemic, but we always have the ability to stand up and fight with it, and then continue what we are doing, in order to provide, as educators, in order to provide relevant and responsive basic education to our learners. So I hope that we will embrace we will embrace inclusive leadership within ourselves, so that we could help our organization improve its performance. So I think that would be all. I hope that you're able to get the gist of my presentation and that you learned something on inclusive leadership. And once again, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for listening. Ma'am Tin? Hello, Ma'am Tin? Ma'am Christine? I'm already done.
Okay, so we're back. Thank you, Sir Earl, for that comprehensive and very informative presentation for everybody. So, I've heard ganiha nawala ato ang audio kaganiha. Okay, so nawala atong audio kaganiha, but um again, keep safe all people in Lanao del Norte kay prone ta sa landslides and flooding. Signal number 1 ta karon. Okay, so the next reporter, the next presenter this morning will talk about the building collaboration and partnership with stakeholders in relation to inclusion and special curricular programs. Help me welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the ever beautiful and sexy, smiling always, Dr. Rasmila Kusain. Sir JD, okay na? Doc Mai? Ready na ta, Doc Mai?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, sige Doc Mai. Take it away.
Okay, so good morning. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Oplinaria, Edelberto Oplinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Masisar, our chief of CID, Dr. Eva Idon, chief of GED, Dr. Maria Carmila Tiablin, section heads, PSDS, education program supervisors, principals, and teachers. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. So I got this presentation from Director Margarita C. Ballesteros, Director of the International Cooperation Office, which she presented during the national training on inclusive education. So when I texted her, I asked her presentation So sabi ko sa kanya, ma'am, I will be the one to discuss what you have discussed during the online national trainings inclusive education. Thank you po, Director Marge. So I'll proceed. So importance of linkages and inclusivity during pandemic. So, ano man Jude, why is it very important, no? Na though we have still resources from the DepEd, but still we need linkages and partnership, no? Because we cannot stand alone without our partners. So, why is it important, especially this pandemic? The outline of presentation. Number one, DepEd 10-point agenda, the KITE or KITE, partnership context, International Cooperation Office or ICO, DepEd partnership framework, levels of partnership process, entering into agreements, list of partners. So, number one, the DepEd 10-point agenda. So what are those 10-point agenda? Number one, the full implementation of K-12. Enrichment of curricula in 3 areas, strengthening of drug education component, strengthening of gender and development component, especially in relation to teenage pregnancy, HIV, AIDS, special emphasis on environmental awareness, disaster preparedness, and climate adaptation and mitigation. So naman ni siya no, sa atong GAD, sa DRR, and sa our health and nutrition. So sila ang in charge ani no. And sa K-12 of course, kitang tanan, and especially the CID. Expansion of ALS, the Alternative Learning System, under our supervisor, si Sir Barazona. More school feeding programs. So we still need, so karon naman tayo milk feeding program. So dapat yun tayo katong feeding program na pagkaon under the sa HGOD. And then enrich curricular and non-curricular programs, fostering critical thinking, enriching appreciation of culture and art. So that's why natay kuan ISPA kay si Sir Tabar no ISPA. Financial management reform, expand the scope of employee welfare, active, transparent, consultative, collaborative, and corruption-free leadership. Number 10, expanded cooperation with the private sector and community. So aptitude ang makipag-cooperate ka sa other sector and communities. The K-12 sa letter K sa KIT or KITE, K-12 curriculum review and update, I, improvement of learning environment, T, teachers upskilling and reskilling, T, engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration. So mo na dili jud mawala ang partnership no og ang kuan makipag-engage ta sa stakeholder. What is partnership? Partnership is an agreement where two or more people or groups work together toward mutual goals. So for example, natay like si Jollibee, makipag-partner sa inyong school. So both the school and the kana si Jollibee, mutual ang yung goal no to help the learners and sa school. So according to ASER 2013, when partnerships are well planned, sustainable, collaborative, and based on a mutual sharing of expertise, knowledge, resources, and skills, they are effective and able to make an impact. So, kailangan, no, basta makipag-partner ka, kailangan well-planned. And then, ako siya sustainability. So, dapat collaborative. So, and then, mutual sharing of expertise. And then, education is not an isolated experience but an interactive endeavor that takes place over the course of a person's life. When the community, schools, and families work together, they can provide the best possible resources and expertise to enhance the education of all children. So, through these partnerships, businesses and industry groups are able to share knowledge and expertise with schools, offer apprenticeships and traineeships to learners, provide industry and career mentoring to completers, deliver skill-specific training and hands-on industry experience to both teachers and learners. So, mao ni siya no, so especially sa ato ang senior high school. So, in turn, schools can contextualize and better match their programs and skill trainings to industry needs. So, sa datay gitawag na office no sa central office, International Cooperation Office under DepEd number 19 series 2010. Creation of International Cooperation Office or ICO is hereby created to oversee international concerns. It shall perform the following functions: serve as clearinghouse for all international transactions within the department, including bilateral and multilateral cooperation, act as a focal point for DepEd in planning and coordinating of international and regional programs and activities of CEMEO, APEC, ASEAN, USAID, AUSAID, World Bank, UNESCO, and other UN bodies, coordinate bilateral and multilateral cooperation between Philippines and other countries, including international organizations, enhance Philippine participation and cooperation in international bilateral and multilateral programs on education, coordinate agreements or understanding between other countries related to education, and make representation to the Department of Foreign Affairs, coordinate visits of dignitaries and delegates from other countries to DepEd. So, ang work sa ICO. So, more on international, international partnership. So, we have also DepEd Memorandum Number 7, Series 2018, transferred of International Cooperation Office to the Office of Secretary. So, directly siya sa Office ni Secretary. So, in light of the Secretary's decision to take direct supervision of the Department's International Affairs, the International Cooperation Office or ICO is hereby transferred to the Office of the Secretary under Dr. Margarita Consolacion C. Ballesteros, External Partnerships Service. Kung sa mga national partnership na apod si USEC o Mali, pag international si Dr. Ballesteros. In addition to its existing mandate, the ICO is directed to closely monitor foreign travels pursuant to the memorandum from the Executive Secretary dated January 3, 2018, entitled Directives Applying to Foreign Travels of All Government Officials and Personnel in the Executive Department. Additionally, it is instructed to propose guidelines for the consideration of the Secretary for the strict implementation of the said directive. So, katong mato sa gawa, so mo agini dito sa office ni Director Marge. So, DepEd Memorandum Number 57, Series 2010, Amendment of DepEd Memorandum Number 19, Series 2019, Assignment of Undersecretaries and Assistant Secretaries in the Department of Education. So, Undersecretary Jesus Mateo is assigned to exercise administrative supervision over the International Cooperation Office in terms of the operational activities of ICO. He will exercise oversight of those related to Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, CEMEO, Association of Southeast Asian Nations or ASEAN, and Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation or APEC. So, Undersecretary Nepomuceno A. Malaluan will exercise oversight of the operational activities of ICO related to the United Nations and all specialized agencies. So, nagyud ang atong mga USEC to sila ang mag-supervise. So, International Cooperation Office. So, ang ilahang concern is the international community, the student, teachers, schools, administrators, and staff, DepEd Central and Field Offices. So, yung mga scholarship outside Philippines, so, diri ni siya under sa ICO. So, ang atong mga sponsors like ASEAN, APEC, CEMEO, UN, International Land Organization, Land Government Organizations, or International Government Organizations. But this is the framework of DepEd partnerships. We have the vision, programs, products, stakeholders, interventions, advocacies, continuous improvement. So sa vision, we have here the input, process, then output. Sa vision, depth and thematic areas, the access, quality, and governance, and depth goals, sustainability, alignment, and growth. So ang inputs, our programs is Adapt a School, Brigada Eskwela, Senior High School Deployment, Curriculum, Senior High School Development, Curriculum Development, Instructional Materials, and others. So products, school improvement plan, or menu of education investments. And then stakeholders, we have the partners and donors from the international organization, from the national government agencies, the government-owned controlled corporation, local governments, civil society organization, communities, private sector. So the interventions are the agreements and treaties, Philippine Development Plan, and national government agencies, school education fund or general funds, advocacy, legacy or help, then corporate, the CSR. So na in every company naman ni sila CSR. Okay, the corporate social responsibility. So naanagid na sila mga program na mag-help sila not only sa DepEd but other community. So advocacy, we have the grantmanships and ODA downloading, ODA, Office of Development Assistance, provision of infrastructure, maximization of SEF, tax credits by LGUs, generation of project proposal, philanthropy and concern for others. So naman tayo uban pod na kanang mga donors, no, philanthropy or kanang uban na concern sa uban, so maghatag sila og help sa mga schools or sa mga bata. Then ang sa CSR is support to infrastructure needs. Like like ang McDonald's kana bitaw or ang GME kanang naghatag sila building kay naman na sa ilahang CSR, corporate social responsibility. Okay, so sa process, partners. So gibilingan nila ang partners, no, profiling and assessment of DepEd's resource gaps. So mag-profile ka para sagyud ang atong ma-assess sa mga resource gaps sa DepEd. And then align the SIP with the education goals of stakeholders. So mo na, di ba sa inyong SIP na ayud na ang about sa stakeholders. Resource generation and mobilization and connection to the community needs. Taking on the partnership, network the partners into a convergence, establish shared ownership of partnership, recognize and celebrate the partnership. So mo na nag-awarding ta, but not only sa division level but also in your school, no, kailangan jud na i-recognize ninyo ang inyong mga partners ko. Especially ng uban mo diretso sa inyong school, so dapat ma-recognize jud ninyo ang mga partners, or ang uban mag-celebrate like na mga awarding mo. So ato diri sa division last Monday we awarded our stakeholder because si SDS, no, na nagpasalamat siya sa ato ang mga partners na nagtabang sa mga schools, sa teachers, and sa learners. So ano yung mga output? So output will be the national policies, guidelines, compliance, formulation, identified resource gaps, the alignment of DepEd goals for LGU, SIP, inclusive of CDP, or EIP and other priority of LGUs. For the private sectors, SIP inclusive of CSR. For CSOs, SIP inclusive of advocacies. For NGAs and GOCC, contribution to poverty alleviation. Then mapping and matching of needs and potential partners, supply capacity, no. So pag ma-identify na to ang mga needs na, so mag-mapping ta, then i-match na to ang sagyod para makapangita to ang mga potential partners. But the partners also can identify or sila ang mga mamili kinsa ilang tabangan, so dili na to sila maanuhan ana because naman sila right to choose. Napod na sa ADAPA school manual no gibutan dito nga atong partners have the right to choose kinsa ilahang suportahan. But sa division level, pwede man po sila istorya na, ma'am, we have mga schools na in need ani, ana. So depende na lang dahil po na sa ilaha kung okayhan nila. And then, resource generation and mobilization and resource utilization plan, community benchmarking, partnership plan, partnership agreement. So, naatay ang uban dili na manggod makipagmoa or MOU, but naman tay katong deed of donation, tapos i-accept na yun si principal. So, pwede na to siya. Partnership building and management, rules, collaborative processes and structure, technical assistance capacity building, partnership communication plan and publicity promotion, reporting updating system for the partners, incentives for DepEd officials based on the finder's fee principle. So, sa maning finder's fee principle, mo ni siya ang reward and incentive to motivate the facilitator of the transaction to keep providing referrals. So, mo ni siya na for LGUs, private sectors, and CSOs, NGA, GOCC, international organization, or mga philanthropies. So, and then, sa pag-recognize, thanksgiving, and awarding partners, magpadala lang mo og certificate kay bubig man ron, so pwede ra, virtual awarding, dayon, ipang-email na lang din sa ilang award or ipang personal na lang sa ilang mga offices, national reward systems, with the ILG for LGU, or LCF, the League of Corporate Foundation, ang meaning ng LCF for the private sector. So, ang naay mga grupo, ang mga organization of foundation, ang mga na siya gitawag nilang League of Corporate Foundation. So, every year magtapok na tanang partners, magtapok na sila, then mag-report po sila, and then napot sila awarding kisay pinakadako na i-donate. So, muna siya sa League of Corporate Foundation. And then sustain the partnership, creation of national partnership, think in the innovative policies of ECFUs, establishment of a DepEd Foundation, linkaging DepEd to the LGU leagues. So, dagan kayo na like PCL, LMP, LCF, database management, continuing coaching and mentoring of DepEd officials, then continuous M&E. So, naman din na siya monitoring and evaluation. Diyon sa pod ang mga programs and projects na ginahatag sa atong partners and donors. So, that's why nga mag-monitor pod mi sa mga inyong mga donation na ang usanay status. So mo ni siya ang DepEd partnership framework. Okay. Levels of partnerships from central office, regional office, division office, and school. Central office, partner countries, international organizations. So sila na ang magkuwag mga partners from other countries. Large companies with branches nationwide. So sa naman ang mga companies nga ilang branch nationwide like Jollibee, McDonald's, sa pa ng mga kuwana company nga kuwan na sila uban na sila mga sa other regions. So, mo na siya na sa central office na sila na makipag-partner, sila na makipag-muwa na. And then, i-down na din na nila sa region. Si region sa division, si division sa school. Business associations with chapters nationwide, the national government agencies, the local government unit leagues. So, sa regional office, international organization, companies, organizations, bodies with regional coverage. Division office, large companies with branches within the city or province. Business associations with members within the city or province, local government unit or NGA. So, mo ni siya mo na si SDS siya gid ang nangunay, nagatugid siya sa mga mayors, nakipag engage with siya to to help DepEd. So money siya so sa division level within the city, within the province, or within the municipality. Si school, pwede mga individual companies, NGOs, cooperatives, LGUs, and NGAs. So, pwede mo kamo na mag-work out para mahatagan mo partner sa inyong mga school. So, money siya ang levels of partnerships. Partnership process. Profiling, no? So, kanina, money siya ang mention kanina. Then, so sa International Cooperation Office, this is their process, no? Saan nila entering into agreement. So first, receive and record communication. Usually naman ko iba na magtawag. So kailangan inot na nimo alang tawag, pang-record nimo ilang communication, mga receive via email. And then after that, makipag-meeting na dahil si partner, meeting with partner, kailang i-discuss sa imo ang ilang program and projects on how they will support DepEd. And then, submit minutes to the OSIC kay Secretary Briones and the DFA Department of Foreign Affairs. And then, forward propose MOU or MOA to DepEd concerned offices. And then, ICO submits proposed MOU sa DepEd. And then, DFA transmits proposed MOU or MOA, so mutual memorandum of understanding or MOA, memorandum of agreement. And then i-review na siya sa mga legal officer like sa ato tanang MOA, i-review na siya atong division lawyer no bago mo sign ang chief and then ang CSDS. The counterparts forwards review draft to MOFA, then MOFA transmit to DFA, then DFA forwards draft sa DepEd ICU. So sa Canada yun i-finalize sa office ni Director March. Pag ma-okay na siya, ICO transmit draft MOU to concerned DepEd offices for input. So ICO receives and consolidate inputs. ICO forwards final draft. And then, kaya nga magiging sa DFA no because man ni siya international partnership man. So DFA transmit final draft to counterpart, then counterpart forwards final draft. Dayon i-recommend then MOFA forwards final draft MOU to DFA for schedule of signing. So sa Canada yun sila memorandum MOA signing na dayon sila. So after that, that's why ang SEMEO, di ba partner magyud ang SEMEO because na naman na sila agreement sa central office. So mo ni siya ang partnerships with DepEd with stakeholders. So yan MOA signing na no. So kani siya is 2023 mahuman ni nga kuan partnership. This is about the regarding the Peace Corps Education Program in the Republic of the Philippines, Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. So nakipag-MOA si Secretary nila kanipod sa UNESCO. So nausay na tayo mga scholars na ipadala sa laing country. Nakamuha naman ta sa ilaha. Meron din silang gabay project. So mag-end ni until 2022. For example, katong sa SPED, pwede din sila mga iupuan support. Kay ang ilang i-support man kay blind, deaf, and deaf-blind children. So mahuman ni siya is 2022. So pwede pa ta makaapas mga sa ilahang project. Okay. This is about out of school use program sa USAID ni siya. Project Enable. So naman na ni siguro kay 2020. But ang ilahang support is Region 5. So these are the partners nato sa international. Katabi to, napod sila Princess Maha Chakri Award kanina. Pwede mo mag-apilan niya itong mga schools and teachers principal. And the rest, kani sila. Yan ako, basahon ha, kanikuan, mga partners. So, mo ni ang ilang naka MOA signing or MOU. So, according to Undersecretary Tonisito MC Umali, partnerships have become an important paradigm in delivering and achieving development goals and services. Through partnerships, all the necessary stakeholders can address the immediate needs of our learners and invest to bridge the gaps in the field of education. So, according to Secretary Lenore Magtulis Briones, I hope that you benefit from the experience of other countries. Some of them have challenges which are similar to ours, and some also have advances and new things which we may use in advancing our own education system. According to Director Margarita Consolacion Ballesteros, we see education partners as co-equal in the delivery of education services, seeing no borders, no colors, no religion, but compelled to help as members of one world. One world. Sumani siya, no? Regardless of who we are, regardless of faith, basta tananta, patas, no? Pero isa lang ato ang goal, no? Makatabang ta sa mga bata sa school, sa teachers, as a whole ang sa DepEd. That's all for my presentation. Thank you CID for inviting me to discuss about the park. Thank you to our beautiful MC, Tintin. God bless everyone.
Okay. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the comprehensive presentation of Doc Mai about building partnership, the importance of having this partnership. You know, to have stakeholders, support of stakeholders outside, internal and external stakeholders is really very important for us to effectively provide quality basic educations to all the learners out there. So, maski kinsa na learners, either kuan siya ka ng school age or non-school age, it's very important to have the support of our stakeholders para effective ang atong pag-deliver. That is why the inclusive education is really important. So, nato tanan nga educators. Okay, dapat there is no discrimination in providing quality basic education. Okay, so this time our next speaker will thank you Doc Mai. Thank you Doc Mai. Okay, very pretty Doc Mai. Okay, our next presenter this morning will tell us all about madrasa education. Okay, for us to also understand what is madrasa all about. Okay, so I think she is preparing for her presentation now. Help me welcome everybody, Ma'am Samanira Saripada, to talk about madrasa. Okay, Sir JD.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I request your presence here sa CID office kay nag-error ang laptop ni Ma'am Saman
Okay, okay. Wait.
para ma-connect siya sa presentation. Okay, so ngayon makichikas ako sa atong mga participants sa YouTube live streaming. Akong i-acknowledge atong mga participants B while we are waiting for the presentation. So sugod ko sa pinakataas. Ang first nga nag-comment gyud sa ato ang YouTube live streaming is Ma'am Irma Jamail watching from Pendulunan Integrated IS Munay District. I would like also to recognize Ma'am Alaysa Abuat, Ma'am Crisme Cabrera, from teachers also from Santo Niño Primary School of Tubod East District. Hello, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining us. We also have Ami Cuesta. Okay, and then from Andres Bersales of Pandanan, SND, Lanao del Norte. Good morning from Price and from Taguluan District. Thank you for watching also. Good morning, Sir Dante Alboruto of Andres Bersales from Mamagom IS, from Bacolod Central Integrated School. Thank you for watching and thank you for joining us. And hope nga everything that has been discussed yesterday and today atong ma-absorb why we need to understand and we need to understand in our hearts why inclusive education is important. Sige. Okay, sunod, Ma'am City Anima Mikawayan of Ragat Agro Industrial High School. We also have Cheryl Carillo from Andres Bersales Senior National High School. Ads Ubinay of Tangkal As. Hello, sir. Natalie Vargas of Baroy Alf District. Thank you for watching, Ma'am Nat. Malingaw Tubod. Thank you for watching. Okay, we also have Ma'am Charity Bailon from Andres Bersales. Ma'am Needs Untong. Catherine Perez from Maya High IS. Okay. Sofia Villasorda. Sala Mustafa, Annabel Navarro, Mary Jane Dinapo. And we also have Arisa Timo of Bolan. Okay, so I'll be right back. I'm still moderating the CID Day. All right, I'm back again. So thank you for watching from ako nakita karon is Pantaw Ragat. Personnel of Pantaw Marog PS Pantaw Marog PS Pantaw Ragat District. Thank you for watching. Sige, kaya nag-prepare pamanggid si actually the presentation is ready. It's just the connection or by sharing the presentation para masulod sa MS Team diha ta medyo na ay glitch. Okay. So I have heard that there is a possibility for us to do face-to-face classes this coming January, but wala pagi official advisory on that. So let us prepare ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, kasi mabalik na ang ato ang atog yung old normal. Okay, so anyway, kita mga teachers in the Division of Lanao del Norte, we know how to adjust and we know how to do all things para sa bayan, para sa kabataan. So we always do what is best for us. Maski pa wala si principal, maski pa wala si supervisor, we know deep in our hearts na we always serve our learners, no? So ang uban gani maski dili nato learner, makita lang nato sa dalan during school days, murag makaingon gyud ta or even weekend pag makita nato ang atong may mga bata diha sa dalan, maingon gyud ta og maingon gyud tag, uy, nagskwela ka dong, unsa nay grade nimo dong? Unsa na asa ka gaskwela kung maingon ang bata og wala, anong wala man ka nagskwela dong, eskwela gyud dong, di ba? So naagi na sa ato ang mga heart, ang ato ang pagka-educator, di ba? So ana gyud na siya. Okay, Ma'am Saman, ready na? Inclusive.
Okay na day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so wow, baro. So, pwede na ako mag-start?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To our schools division superintendent, Sir A.B. of Linaria, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rose Masisar, our CID chief, Dr. Eva Idon, to all the CIDs who are around, my co-PSDSs, Dr. Norhata Daod and Dr. Nor Amelie Santacala. Once again, Assalamualaikum. Now, allow me to present BO number 41 series of 2017. This is all about policy guidelines on madrasa education in the K-12 basic education curriculum. Okay. This program aims to, letter A, provide Muslim learners with appropriate and relevant educational opportunities while recognizing their cultural context and unique purposes for participating in the program offerings and integrate content and competencies which are relevant and of interest to Muslim learners. Programs for learners. Madrasa education program integrates content on Arabic language and Islamic values as separate learning areas from K to 12 curriculum. By the way, may I inform you that this madrasa education program comprises public madrasa and private madrasa. And under this public madrasa, we have the Allied program or Arabic language and Islamic values program. This is what we are implementing in the different divisions within Region 10. And the private madrasa are, I think we only have, we do not have a private madrasa accredited in the DepEd in Lanao del Norte. I think it's only in Iligan City. Okay, so again, Madrasa Education Program integrates content on Arabic language and Islamic values as separate learning areas from K to 12 curriculum. Okay, so DO number 47, series of 2016. This is all about kindergarten madrasa. Objectives. Consistent with the kindergarten education program, it aims to ensure that 5-year-old Muslim children achieve the standards and competencies expected of them. It seeks to promote the holistic way which young children grow and develop, and aims to recognize the role of families and communities in supporting the child's development. Curriculum. The standards and competencies of the curriculum are aligned with the kindergarten curriculum implemented in all public schools nationwide with relevant competencies for Muslim learners. The curriculum integrates Islamic values and Arabic language into the kindergarten curriculum with domains that cover language literacy, communication, and values development. Okay, let's go to the assessment. Typically, the primary means of formatively assessing kindergarten learners is through observation. Alive for grades 1 to 6, this is DO number 40, series of 2011. Schools can organize alive classes for classes with 15 to 40 pupils. Okay, our objectives. The component of Arabic language aims to develop the learner's functional literacy in Arabic that will enable them to read and understand the Holy Quran. The Islamic values component, on the other hand, aims to help learners acquire the desired Islamic values that would guide them to development of the core values to be makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa, thereby making them agents in advocating and promoting brotherhood, peace, unity, justice, and equality. Let's go to the curriculum. We use the curriculum and the REMC, or Refined Elementary Madrasa Curriculum. Competencies on Arabic language and Islamic values shall be the basic components of the Alive for grades 1 to 6. Arabic language is taught twice a week for 40 minutes, while Islamic values is taught twice a week for 40 minutes. So that is NWA for Arabic language and PTH for Islamic values education. For the assessment, it shall be in accordance with the provision of DepEd Order number 8, series of 2015, or the policy guidelines on classroom assessment for the K-12 basic education program. Grades shall appear on the report card and in forms 137 and 138 as A, Arabic language, and B, Islamic values. Okay, let's go to DepEd Order number 57, series of 2010, Alive in Al. Objectives. This aims to provide opportunities for adult learners to develop basic functional literacy skills and equivalent pathways to complete basic education. The inclusion of Alive seeks to provide additional competencies that are relevant to the needs, cultures, and purposes of its target Muslim learners. Curriculum. Alive in ALS integrates the Basic Literacy Program, or BLP, and accreditation and equivalency and junior high school, and the Alive program described in item B above. The ALS as a teach adjust the content and competencies, experiences of the learners. Must take an entry assessment to determine learning she or he may have. This entry or diagnostic assessment while the functional literacy test, or FLT, assess the learning facilitators to set a specific learning plan to the learner. Throughout the program, learners will be assessed using various formative assessment tools used by the learning facilitator and those found in learning modules of both ALS and the live components. Learners are also asked to update learning logs and develop their portfolio.
Okay, so nawala daw na lost ang connection of Ma'am Saman's presentation.
Mauna ni siya, diri ko
Okay, share your screen.
wala. Wala pa?
Wala na share. Okay, so na ang presentation. So let's continue with the presentation of Ma'am Saman.
Okay. So DO number 57, series of 2010. This is all about Alive in Us objectives. This aims to provide opportunities for adult learners to develop basic functional literacy skills and equivalent pathways to complete basic education. The inclusion of Alive seeks to provide additional competencies that are relevant to the needs, cultures, and purposes of each. Curriculum. Alcina Life integrates the Basic Literacy Program, or BLP, and Accreditation and Equivalency, or ENE, for elementary and junior high school. And in the Alive program described in item B above, the ALS or ASA teach adjust the content and competencies according to the age experiences of the learners. Okay, for the assessment, this is DO number 50, still DO number 57, SARS of 2010. On the assessment, the potential ALS learner must take an entry assessment to determine prior learning she or he may have. This entry or diagnostic assessment, called the Functional Literacy Test, or FLT, assess the learning facilitator to set a specific learning plan to the learner. Throughout the program, learners will be assessed using various formative assessment tools used by the learning facilitator and those found in learning modules of both ALS and Alive components. Learners also asked to update learning logs and develop their portfolio based on their individual learning assessment. Alive in ALS, learners who seek elementary junior high school level certification must successfully complete and pass the accreditation and equivalency, or E&E test. Formative assessment is used to measure progress in Alive component of this program. Teachers or ASATESH. Regular ALS mobile teachers who have had training in Alive shall teach the ALS component as well as Islamic values. However, Arabic language component shall be taught by ASATESH who qualified in the QIALIS and completed the LEAP training and attended other teachers training such as INSET or IA, or Arabic Emergent Reading. Okay, so special program in foreign language. Arabic may be included as one of the options for SPFL in junior high schools starting 2019-2020. The Bureau of Curriculum Development will lead this program through each special curriculum programs in the division. Policy guidelines will be issued once the program design and curriculum have been finalized. Okay, let's go to the roles, function, and accountability of schools implementing Alive. Okay, number 1, school leadership and management. School heads shall, letter A, ensure the implementation of a madrasa curriculum through the organization of Alive classes, and that each Alive class has an adequate number of Muslim learners. Letter B, ensure the availability of classroom and prepare the schedules to maximize the allotted time for Alive classes. Letter C, supervise the ASATIDs and monitor the preparation of a detailed lesson plan, DLP, or a daily lesson log, or DLL, an assessment to ensure that all competencies shall be taught. Letter D, conduct class observation, instructional supervision, and provide technical assistance to allied teachers with the master teacher. Include allied teachers and regular in-service trainings or LAC sessions to equip them with teaching strategies, preparation and development of instructional materials, writing of test questions, and other related activities to strengthen the implementation of the Madrasa education program. Okay, for the support system management. School system management. Letter A, provide technical assistance to ASATIDs and ensure that monthly honoraria and allowance are received in accordance with the usual government accounting and auditing rules and regulations. Ensure that ALIVE and other programs are included in the School Improvement Plan or SIP, and Annual Implementation Plan or EIP, and the Madrasa Education Program is included in the annual school calendar, including activities unique to the program, such as Musabaka, Eid al-Fitr, and Eid al-Adha. Number 3, advocacy and partnership management. School heads shall strengthen partnership with organizations and local communities in the implementation of Madrasa Education Program. Include the Madrasa Education Program in the advocacy and social mobilization activities such as symposia, barangay assembly meetings, and dialogues, broadcast media, distribution of advocacy materials to increase awareness and participation of various stakeholders, and submit a report to the school's division office of their advocacy and partnership management activities for monitoring documentation for possible basis for best practices in the Madrasa Education Program. For the data management, the school head shall ensure that the tagging of alive learners' data in the Learners Information System, or LIS, and in the Enhanced Basic Education Information System, or EBIS, is done by the concerned teachers. The alive teacher and the class advisor of the alive learner shall coordinate closely to ensure that these learners are tagged in the LIS. Letter C, all data generated from the LIS shall be the basis of downloading funds to the field implementers. At the school level, the school head shall be responsible in ensuring that the policy is implemented, particularly the provision for teachers' learning materials, facilities, and class programming. That's all for DO number 41, series of 2017. So we still have other presentation. Uy, asa naman tong kuan? Mantin. Saan man eh? Nailaing presentation ako, dili ko ka-enter. Saan man? Nasa documents kaya ako.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so while you are hearing us conversing, so stand by for we are transferring to another presentation. Asa man ani?
Oh, so issues, alive issues and concerns.
Asa man? Click.
So I will click it. Okay, alive issues and concerns. Yes.
Okay, so while we're
I will
waiting
try.
for Ma'am Saman, so
This is
everybody,
not the
kusog
one.
ang ulan karong panahon na, karong buntaga, so stay safe everybody. So ayaw pagpaulan, kaya lisod kayo mag-ubo, kaya kung mag-ubo ka, makuha kang travel clearance, hindi na ka matagaan. So di ka mag-ubo-ubo karong panahon na.
Oh, nawala man po. Where are you?
Relax lang, ma'am.
Yeah.
Makita ka na siya, ma'am. Okay, so pasensya mga kaigsuuna, nangita pa din si Ma'am Saman sa iyang presentation. Okay. Advance Merry Christmas to everybody while nagulat ka sa iyang presentation. You might not see me in the camera,
Sana yun.
kay naapa ko dun sa likod ni Ma'am Saman.
Dili to maong. Dili lagi na maong. Dili na maong. Mas kilan asa na to. Oh,
Yeah, it's okay, ma'am. Okay.
I lost it.
You lost it. So,
Yes.
sa imo naman yung lumaan. Kani?
Dili lagi na maong. PowerPoint man to siya.
Okay, so PowerPoint. Let's see. Kato na yung PowerPoint na kita.
Dili That is the 41. Dili ko na maong. Oh, halak ka. That is very important presentation.
Nara to, ma'am. Open natin. Open ko yung PowerPoint isa, ma'am, ha? Let's try to open this one.
This pertains the issues and concerns.
Open na sa ta. Okay, so
Dili mao.
I know. Dili na ta. Open. Saan yan?
Ito.
See?
Dili mao to.
Dili, magawa sa rumah.
Ayan.
Asa naman to ato ang Microsoft Teams. Ano ito? Right, so let's share screen.
This one. Sa kuan siya kanang issues and concerns.
Hindi siya makita.
Hindi siya makita.
Kasi ipabalik
Shall
ka
we
na.
use this? Oh, sige.
No.
Ito.
Karon pa to niya. Naulay lagi dito.
Ha? Naulay ko? Naulayan na siya.
Sir JD. Yes, Sir JD. Will you assist Saman dili makita yung presentation pag-share? Okay, thank you very much.
For the second presentation.
She will talk about the issues and concerns of Alive, the implementation of Alive. Ano yun ay ang Alive mga kaigsunan?
Sir, pwede mo assist.
Aside from the fact that hindi ka maka-filter sa atong mga nawong, ito matabuna itong mga amtang. Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of Ma'am Saman.
Yes. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the next presentation, this is on the issues and concerns and interventions in the Learning Continuity Program for Alive. Let's go first to the reproduction of Alive SLMs for a percentage of printed SLMs. For Arabic language, grade 1, 99%, grade 2, 70%, grade 3, 34%, grade 4, 40%, grade 5, 98%, and for grade 6, 28%. For Islamic values education, 98% for grade 1, 73% for grade 2, grade 3, 31%, 43% for grade 4, 99% for grade 5, and 23% for grade 6. Okay, so we also have issues and concerns on the reproduction of alive SLMs. Number 1 is lack of supplies, bond papers, printers, ink, tape from, okay, this is from isolated cases only. Dili naman po tanan. Okay, another one is some assatees printed their own SLMs. And another one is on incomplete developed SLMs. And here are our interventions. Partnership with selected officials. All colleagues shall be informed that printing of our alive SLMs is part of their school obligations, and some assatees develop their self-made worksheets. Distribution and retrieval of alive SLMs. For Arabic language and Islamic values, still ongoing gathering of data from the 165 alive implementing schools. Distribution and retrieval of alive SLMs. Well, number 1, in some schools, assatees were not assigned to distribute and retrieve their SLMs and activity notebooks. Another one is activity notebooks were too heavy to carry for assatees assigned to schools without alive centers. Some assatees brought their activity notebooks at home. And our interventions are assatees set up their own distribution and retrieval hub through their alive centers. And another one is some assatees printed a one-page answer sheet for Arabic language, Islamic values education. This is less expenses for parents and hassle-free for assatees. Individual learning monitoring plan. For Arabic language, grade 1, most learners were in significant progress. Same for grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6, and to the Islamic values education. Okay, so individual learning monitoring plan issues and concerns. In some schools, assatees were not assigned to distribute and retrieve their SLMs and activity notebooks. Therefore, assatees cannot monitor the progress of their learners. Hence, no home visitation in some schools, no checking of activity notebooks. Okay, what are our interventions? Number 1 is use of answer sheets. Another one is home visitations were conducted even without referring to the monitoring plan. Needs were assessed after the home visitations. This is isolated cases only. Individual work week and monitoring of learning. Issues concerns, lack of technical assistance and training for assatees in handling live classes through distant learning modalities. Okay, what is our intervention is assatees were included in LDM2 for assatees in some schools. Okay, assessment of learners' performance, issues and concerns. No summative tests have been administered in some schools. No performance tasks have been given in some schools. Assatees were not trained on these. Okay, our interventions are: there must be a unified summative test to be printed along SLM's printing. Performance tasks should be made, developed, and given to implementing schools before starting the second quarter. Another one is assatees must be Asatids must be required to attend all school LAC and in-service trainings. And there will be trainings must be conducted exclusive for asatids. Oh, naputol dito, te? Wala. Bira ko naputol na. Maura to siya. So, another presentation. We have the... So, asa naman to, te? Mga? Kung manaan na pailain, our napay duha.
Okay, thank you very much, Saman, for the second presentation. Let me call in Sir JD. Your presence is highly needed here in the CID office. Sir JD.
Sure.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, nakita natin, no, ingani kita ka, basta live, ingani gyud ka, ingani ka, very busy and ato ang mga
Sige, sa kuan gyapon issues and concern.
all is well. Okay, so naana ang third presentation ni Ma'am Saman.
Dili na mo.
Getting ready with the third presentation of Alive. Okay, so let me acknowledge
Dili na siya.
from from MPMES, Villa Flor Dablo. Hello, thank you for watching. We also have from Kauswagan Elementary School.
After an dili na
Ma'am Respuesto. Good day also from Nunungan District, Aisa Mingbala. And we also have from Salam Alaikum and Good Friday, Ma'am Saman. So na nag-greet ni Ma'am Saman here in the comment section. Watching from the elementary school, Marite Piape. Hi, Ma'am. Thank you for watching. Net Pura, Naina Tamano. Hello, thank you. School, Irisa Timo. Hello, good morning. And then from Taroy, As District, good morning. From Tubu District also, As, good morning. Thank you for watching.
And ika naman free na po na siya, sir. Kini daw else is covered. Kanalan sa best practices.
Okay, so Ma'am Norhanesa Sarip, District of Lanao del Norte, last day na karon. Yes, ma'am, last day na gid siya, ma'am. Last day of the day 2 of inclusive education training. But let me read to you the memorandum. Let me read to you the memorandum being signed yesterday. Okay, this is a division memorandum. There is a suspension already for the work from home set up. So mga teachers, wala na tayo work from home. Okay. So let me be right back. I need to assist and facilitate the other training. Okay, so I'll be right back.
And after ani gamay ra man ni sir katong best practices igor ra man ato pa-enroll. Ano ni siya? Best practices man ni sir. Kini siya. So, pwede na kung ha?
After niyo
Kini akong yana. Okay, so this is the consolidated data on LCs covered for Alive. For grade 1 Arabic language, the number of learning competencies is 10. Learning competencies covered 10, so 100% covered. For grade 2, 10 learning competencies, only 6 were covered. For grade 3, 10 learning competencies, only 2 were covered. And grade 4, 11, 3 were covered. And for grade 5, we have 9 learning competencies, 9 were covered, so 100% covered. And 10 for grade 6, only 2 were covered. For Islamic values education, grade 1, 10 learning competencies, 10 were covered. For grade 2, 10, 6 were covered. In grade 3, 10, only 2 were covered. For grade 4, 11 learning competencies, and 2 were covered. For grade 5, 9 learning competencies, all covered or 100% covered. For grade 6, 10 learning competencies, and 3 only were covered. For our enrollment, we have enrollment for 2020-2021. We have for males, 21,836, female 22,907, with a total of 44,743. And the number of alive implementing schools are 165. Key percentage of learners who LCs for Arabic language SLMs. For grade 1, 98%. Grade 2, 68%. Grade 3, 25%. Grade 4, 36%. And grade 5, 98%. For Islamic values education, we have for grade 1, number of learners, percentage of learners completed the LCs. Number 1, 97%. Grade 2, 58%. Grade 3, 23%. Grade 4, 21%. Grade 5, 99%. And grade 6, only 36%. Oh, I lost na. Naku, nabuti ako masaya. Okay. Okay na. So we have her best practices, the implementation of madrasa education in Lanao del Norte. Number 1, we have here orientation of alive writers, validation of alive SLMs, use of alive equipment and supplies for the development and printing of alive SLMs. SLM printing and sorting, health protocols followed, health work from home, andyan yung picture, health protocols in the distribution and retrieval, home visitations, conduct of home Arabic reading, SLM corner for retrieve alive SLMs, trainings and meetings, partnership projects, preparation of live centers for face-to-face instruction just in case ma-approve or payagan tayo ng DepEd. Thank you. So that's all, and once again, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
This time for all of us to have a healthy discussion for planning on what we are going to do. Next, this is the time for all of us to clarify issues and concerns, addressing it, and the implementation of the different learning modalities in our schools. Let's start our healthy discussion with the enrollment of Value 8 with two districts, the East and West. This district, the Value 8 district consists
Ipakit
of
sa day
13
multi-kuan.
schools. And the
Wala
West
siya sa
district of
na
Value 8
kuan.
has 14
Dapat
schools.
multi.
In the slide,
Separate room.
Gift na ba nagsisang participants? Participants na naman sa
by
inclusive.
the
Hindi ka
learners
ito.
in the
Ba?
different schools.
Ay ba?
We have found that there are 240
Hirapan na sa AP.
under the management of
Gagiging ay
Wait.
dakdak tira kami. Dondo kami ang mangguri na sa mag-ito sa mangguri.
Dengan so.
Tingnan lang.
Dengan lang. Ano nakasuntan o? Kuan na nadaman.
Tingnan na ako. Sila si di na nang minibubuy na tanong si isang kwarto ay na ginan man ni isang upa na bibig na makauna na ako.
Humana. Humana. Unsaon man ipakuan? Akin na ay.
Tapos pag-ipang.
Ha?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ma'am Saman, for telling everybody about Madrasa and Alive Education. So this time, let us listen to the message of our CID chief, Doc Maria Eva Esidon. She will tell us a message, an important message about inclusive education.
We have 100%.
Okay, everybody, time check. It's already 11:49. So we are going, it is my pride and honor to tell you that we will have our early lunch break. So let's have a lunch break and let's be back at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the message of our CID chief. Thank you for watching, everybody. So ako lagi continue to acknowledge all the people in the YouTube live streaming from Taguluan National High School. Mo ako nakita, Tangkal District. And Talipapa ES. Na si Eugene Talo, Rakiza Baring, Kasturi Abubakar, and Junaira Maruhong. Nabila Imam, thank you also for watching, ma'am. Yelen and her kids, Yelen Hernandez. Birgit Longakit, Taguluan District. Thank you for watching, ma'am. We also have Naima Tamano, all the ALS teachers who are watching. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so let us have a lunch break and let's see each other again later at 1 o'clock. Thank you and have a great lunch, everybody. Okay, I'm back again for the online echo training on inclusive education. This time, let us listen to the message of our CID Chief, Doc Maria Eva S. Edon. Ma'am.
Today, I will be presenting to you the policies and guidelines.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How are you today? Kumusta? Where are the participants of this training? How many are still there? Okay, let me see. Let me check if there are still participants in this training for inclusive education. Okay, so there are still a lot of participants from this division. Thank you very much for being with us. Before I start, I would like to greet our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Masesar, our SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and of course, I would like to uh, say hi to all the education program supervisors, to all the public schools district supervisors, district in charge, school heads, and of course, you teachers, no, who are really trying their best to converge with us despite our distance. Mayong hapon sa tanan. And again, thank you for uh, being here despite the rain. Kay murag signal number 1 man siguro ta karon. Okay, so we have actually succeeded, no, in conducting this training thanks to our coordinator for for inclusive education, Dr. Connie Imborong, no? Nahimo na gid siyang coordinator. Hi, Dr. Imborong, Dr. Connie. Um, Thank you very much for facilitating and for really trying your best to conduct this training despite the many challenges that we have faced. Okay, so I hope that you have gained a lot of things, no, in this training, especially that we were able to have the presentation of our ALS supervisor, Dr. Angelito Barazona, our iPad supervisor still, Dr. Barazona, no? Duhan iya gi-career gid niya ihang special programs, no? Ang ALS and iPad, that is aside from his uh, program or learning area, which is Araling Panlipunan. I also would like to thank our Butte Shoes OHSP coordinator, no? Dr. Monisa Maba. She really tried her best to present to you all the things that you need to know about the uh, alternative delivery mode. So thank you so much, Dr. Maba. I know that you have been very busy because you are in charge also of Filipino and of journalism this time. And multi-grade, no? Si Dr. Maba is also in charge of multi-grade. Just this morning, Ma'am Samanera Saripada actually discussed to you about the Arabic language and Islamic values education. Yesterday, Dr. Rasmila Kusain also discussed about partnership. And there has been a lot of very good discussions on things that DepEd has been implementing to ensure that we are able to capture all our learners in this division. So our mantra this time is no child left behind. That means to say that we have to do our best so that all our learners are captured. All our school age children are able to go to school and are provided with the best learning delivery modality possible. Okay? So I hope that you have already gained those beautiful insights so that you can help us capture no, all our school age children so that in this division we are able to provide them all the necessary materials and the quality of education that they so deserve. So thank you very much. Have I missed something? Um, we also have special programs, no? Our SPA, our SPS, our journalism program, our science, no? Programs, special science curriculum, and a lot more. Okay? Because we really would like to uh, provide our learners with uh, the needed skills that they need to learn before they graduate from the basic education. So, since this is the closing remarks, I would like to congratulate everyone for really braving the rain just to be with us and for really trying their best to learn from this webinar. So again, thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you very much to the district supervisors, the EPSS, district in charge, and everybody who are involved in this webinar. Once again, um, thank you and congratulations, everyone. And by the way, I would like to congratulate also um, Miss Christine Hutba Timo for for being the most beautiful host for 5 long days. No, so thank you so much. Ako from uh, the deepest portion of my heart, I would like to thank this beautiful lady for saying yes every time I ask her to uh, be our host. Nikanta pa gyud siya. And mukanta pa siya before closing na siya. Okay, so salamat Christine. Siya na gyud ang pinakagwapa nga CID Information Officer. Again, thank you everyone. Be safe and Merry Christmas. Okay, and God bless us all. Bye-bye. Picture po. Ay, open your camera first, please. Everyone. Oh, YouTube di ay. Tell na. Di na. Okay. Goodbye.
Okay.
Wala man ko kakita ko nila. Okay, bye-bye everyone. Picture is ako, ana. Okay, wala ko ka ready. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Chief, for that closing statement. And once again, thank you for joining us in the inclusive education. I hope that everybody is actually kanabang ning tuhok sa atong dughan how important is inclusive education. So once again, be a good person. The year is ending for 2020, though we have a pandemic, so I hope we do good to others and everybody. So uh, that would be all for the inclusive education, and see you for the next training. Thank you for joining us again today. God bless and mabuhay. Okay na, Sir JD. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.